everybody. This is Steve Smith, the editor of PHC News Magazine, coming again for day 2, live here at our booth at the AHR Expo. We're conducting a series of interviews this morning. We've got a jam-packed schedule, actually, from 10 to about 2:30, with interviews scheduled every half hour. But my first guest today is Rich Corcoran, the Senior VP and General Manager of Ariston USA. Rich, thanks for coming by. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, so I run the Ariston USA business, which is the consolidation of the HTP legacy business with American Standard water heaters. So a very interesting time to put that together during the pandemic.
Absolutely.
So that's been a challenge. I joined the company around May of 2020. This is my 34th AHR show.
34th.
So I'm a long-time participant in the industry.
Yeah.
And just love this industry for the people and the opportunity to bring comfort and hot water to customers. It's, you know, we're in the life and safety business as much as anything.
Absolutely.
When you think about keeping people clean and warm in the winter.
You bet. It is a great industry. It's always good to be back finally after 2 long years of not being able to get together for this show. Well, listen, I talked to your colleague Chris a month or so ago on a Zoom meeting, and he outlined some of the things that are happening with Ariston Group. I know that many of our listeners watching this today are going to know some of the brands very well, but may not be familiar with the Ariston Group itself. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about what's happening?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you. The Ariston Group is a 92-year-old privately held business based in Milan, Italy. We are a truly global business. Only 17% of revenue comes out of Italy. So we operate across the world with 26 factories around the world, a global footprint of direct presence, be it in Asia, Australia, the Middle East, Europe, Africa, North and South America. We are the global leader in water heating. So we make in excess of 8 million units a year.
Okay.
So we are the largest manufacturer of water heaters in the world. And until an acquisition that took place in 2019, where we acquired the American Standard brand and Kalarickal in Mexico, we were not present in North America in the water heating business, other than through the 2017 acquisition of HTP. So it's been a mix of inorganic and organic growth. North American strategy was to buy and acquire good companies in the water heating and heating space. And now we're putting it together. We're resourcing the businesses in a way they've never been able to be resourced, because we're a $2 billion entity with focused specialization, both technical and otherwise, on the segment heating and water heating.
Okay. So going forward, what does that mean, say, to the contractor? My readers are contractors, installers of your products. We obviously have magazines for wholesalers, and distributors, and engineers too. So
I think if
what's
you
it all mean to those guys?
It means top quality. It means top technology. We create technology. We do not buy technology.
Okay.
So if you look at our HTP ELU boiler, we manufacture and design the heat exchanger, the controls, you know, the major components. We're not an assembler, we're a manufacturer. It's a key differentiator. We are the market leader in the U.S. in indirect water heaters, the Superstore brand of indirect water heaters, and we continue to innovate in that space. With American Standard, we are producing incredibly high quality water heaters for the contractor, really as an alternative to what they've traditionally been buying, without some of the retail pressures and other things. So we are strictly a wholesale business. We sell American Standard and HTP only to the independent wholesalers across the country in support of the contracting base. And to support the contractor, we have a full, both in-person and virtual training program, archive training, both service, sales, product features, and so forth, across the entire portfolio of product.
Good. So, going forward again in the U.S., what is there going to be a change in the thought of how I think about HTP, or what I'm trying to see how it all fits together?
Yeah. So I think what we've been investing in the business is in many ways, be it from manufacturing technology. So at the group level, at the global level, we are members of the World Class Manufacturing Organization, WCM, And we are bringing those practices into our North American factories. It takes a number of years to establish that.
Right.
It's a very pervasive methodology of quality that goes very deep. So you don't just do that over the night, but we are bringing supreme quality into the businesses in a way that perhaps you could say was not present before because of the lack of resource. And we're also bringing the technologies from across the world into our businesses. So from an innovation point of view of our new boiler, the ELUD that's being introduced at this show, which is a 400,000 BTU platform with 20-to-1 turn down, incredible built-in redundancy, incredible flexibility, super easy to service, and common parts with our other boilers. So very simple for the person to install it, commission it, and most importantly, over its lifespan, support it and service it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of the more other products you have on display here. I know you're at booth 8312.
Yep, 8312 in the North Hall. So we've got four principal new products in the booth, which is a lot. We have the ELUD, which I just talked about, which is the boiler. We have a new stainless steel lifetime electric water heater called the Elevate. And the regulatory world changed for electric water heaters January 1st with the reinforcement of the NECA 3 regulation. So effectively, conventional electric water heaters over 55 gallons in capacity have been relegated obsolete. We can't manufacture them anymore due to efficiency requirements. That presents a lot of challenges to contractors because it's a huge replacement market. The alternative that's intended through the regulation is a heat pump, which is great if you can fit it, if you can apply it. It's a complex, much more complex application. So we created an alternative called the Elevate, which is a fully compliant 55-gallon water heater, 0.94 UEF, but its capacity is scalable. So if you're pulling an 80-gallon water heater out as a contractor, you can drop this in, adjust the thermostats, and you're going to deliver comparable hot water to what you replaced. With the additional safeguard, we've integrated an anti-scald ASSE 1017 mixing valve. So we're protecting occupant safety against scalding, but at the same, maintaining compliance with the efficiency regulations, but giving you a more conventional product from a service and maintenance point of view with the addition of a lifetime warranty for your homeowner. So
you got the EOD, the Elevate, you mentioned
so now
others.
flip over to American Standard. So that's where it gets very exciting as well. So, and where you can see the Ariston Group thumbprint very visibly. We've introduced at the show our new heat pump water heater. 40, 50, 65, 80 gallons. We are the market leader in Europe in heat pumps. So we've taken that technology, applied it into a US platform. We'll be building it in our North American factory. Be released August timeframe. Will be competitive at the peak efficiency of product that's available today. So it will have Wi-Fi connectivity, a number of features, including our iComfort program, which is iMemory program, pardon me, which learns the water use habits of the occupants and maximizes the deployment of the heat pump to meet their hot water needs. So maximal efficiency, if you will. And then again, a regulatory move in Washington and Oregon requires demand response capability of electric water heaters. Shortly, couple months into this year. So we've also introduced that product at this show. So again, the backbone of the Ariston technology and R&D capability is evidenced by that.
Yes, I was going to ask you that, a follow-up question. So the technology is kind of coming from your Italian friends?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a competency
ways of
center.
Manufacturing these things
Our global organization is built around competency centers. So in New Bedford, where I'm based, at the Legacy HTP factory, that's our global competency center for stainless steel manufacturing. In Saltillo, where we manufacture American Standard, it's about large glass line conventional water heaters and derivatives from that, one being the heat pump. So we're building the bonnet, the heat pump assembly in a factory that supplies the rest of the world. So that's an Ariston factory will provide us with a sub-assembly which will complete in our factory in Saltillo.
So, a good relationship to be had by all this international influence.
Well, yeah,
and
I mean,
national know-how too. We're not,
well, know-how. We serve many markets around the world.
Yeah.
So if we think about the movement of electrification,
Yeah.
we've been living that as an entity for a decade in Europe.
Okay.
So we've got a full portfolio of heat pumps, of monoblock and split domestic water heat pumps. So we are technically ready, and we've got some very interesting technology beyond that, like gas absorption heat pumps and other hydrogen-powered boilers and things like that. We're there in Europe, so we have the know-how to bring that technology in the future to the U.S.
And we were talking before we went live about some of the international benefits, I guess, where, you know, it might be daytime here, it's nighttime somewhere else. How you know, so, and also we got a lot of supply chain issues, obviously.
Right. So I was going to use the supply chain as a good example. So
let's talk about that.
It was a very difficult last 18 months with supply chain and many other factors affecting all the businesses that are here, and the contractors know better than anybody what the effects have been.
Right.
So we're able to work as an international business around the clock with a global sourcing operation that never stops.
Right.
So 24/7, 365, we're engaged with our supply chain, trying to optimize it for supply.
Okay.
Is it perfect? No.
Yeah.
But I would say that it's a core competency that we have. That is, and I think about my core competitors, we're the most international business of any of them. Within Ariston, they like to say that Ariston is at home around the world because we truly operate in all four corners of the world. So
very good. Well, let's wrap this up. We've talked about a lot of things, obviously.
Sure.
And you've answered some of this already. But again, thinking ahead for 2022, we're February 1st today. What can we expect from the company in the year ahead?
Well, I think in the year ahead, we'll continue driving the mission of the Ariston Group, which is sustainable comfort for everybody. So as we define that, it's about growing the portfolio of product to maximize energy efficiency, maximize solutions available for the contractor.
Right.
If I think about it in the context of the HTP brand, it's a focus on premium water heating and heating solutions for the contractor. With American Standard, the focus is on being a growth enabler through our ability to supply water heaters through independent distributors to their contractor customers.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's really our focus.
And lastly, Rich, you mentioned the 4 products that are on display at your booth here. Are there any waiting in the wings? Any other new products that you expect maybe to roll out this year?
We have some additions to the American Standard line, some I would say, completion of product lines, power direct vent water heaters in the gas side that are coming.
Okay.
But we really wanted to show here the 4 cornerstone technical improvements that we've presented, the real problem solvers for contractors. Good. So there are some other finer points. So very active engineering group and R&D group in North America for Ariston.
Well, it sounds like it. Well, very good. Well, on that note,
let's
wrap it up, and I'll thank you for stopping by. We're going to take a look
Thanks for having us. We really appreciate it. Come on by.
Thank you very much.
Very proud of what we have.
We're going to take a short break, everybody, and we'll be back with more at, I guess, 10:30. So stay tuned.
Good morning. My name is Amalia Delianis, and I'm the editor of Plumbing Engineer magazine. This is day 2 of the AHR Expo in Las Vegas. We are here again for another episode of PHCPPPros Live. With me this morning, I have 2 special guests from Lochinvar, Dan Rettig and Jennifer Russell. First, we're going to do a tag team approach in today's conversation because there's just 2 seats with us right here. And we're going to start with Dan. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good. Can you tell the people a little bit about your role at Lochinvar and what you do and help your clients?
Yeah.
How you help your clients?
Yeah. So, product manager. So
Okay.
I got responsibilities for our commercial water heaters and our commercial heat pump water heating line. What do I do? Work a lot with our end users, contractors, engineering community.
Mm-hmm.
Try to get feedback from them, and what kind of products do they need, to satisfy their customers' demands. If we don't have something in our offering, we evaluate that and then come up with a way to bring that to market. So really, I'm kind of driving what they're telling us with our engineering department to make sure, okay, that's what we actually build, and then we'll take it back to them as that process goes on and say, hey, is this really what we need? And then hopefully that leads to successful launch and good product for the end user.
Well, that's a great role. You're a very important element to the company. Tell us a little bit more about Lochinvar in general.
Oh, yeah, so Lochinvar, a lot of people don't know this if they're not familiar with Lochinvar, but we're actually an American company located in Middle Tennessee. We're about 30 minutes east of Nashville, right off 40 East. So we manufacture high-efficiency boilers, water heaters, pool heaters. We do package systems, so prefabricated systems that then ship out to the field, so there's just minimal work that has to be done on the contractor side on the installation. Saves them money and time for that process. And we're actually, when you look at our product portfolio, we have the largest product portfolio as far as from, an 80,000 BTU boiler all the way up to a 5 million BTU boiler, and then we go all the way up to 4 million on the domestic hot water heater.
Oh, wow. So I know that we want to talk about one of your latest releases, your commercial heat pump water line in July of 2020. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so, kind of in our, reaching out to our customers, our engineering community, some of our sales reps, and just kind of seeing what products we were missing, is coming back, that, hey, we really need some kind of heat pump solution for domestic hot water. There's a lot of requests for that with all the local legislation and codes being implemented. So we did release that product right after, it was in July, probably right after the 4th of July we released that. And so that product offering is an air source model and a water source model. So what we're doing with the air source is we grab the heat from the ambient air and then put that into the refrigeration system and then reject those BTUs into the domestic hot water. So water source, we're doing the same thing. We're stealing BTUs from a water source. Typically it's going to be a geothermal loop or maybe a chiller rejection loop.
Okay.
And those units range anywhere from 60,000 BTUs all the way up to 2 million BTUs on the water source side. And then we go up to 250,000 BTUs on the air source side.
Wow. And what type of interest have potential clients or clients have expressed in this product?
Oh, yeah, well, it's definitely we've got several people internally working with the customers on that, but there's been a lot of interest. So when we first released that, we knew there was going to be some interest out on the West Coast, California, up in Washington, New York City, but really, I mean, it's been throughout the country, right? We've had customers reach out to us and say, hey, we want to learn more about this. It's not new technology. Heat pump technology is not new. I mean, if you look around here, there's all kinds of heat pumps, right? But it's applying that for, domestic hot water usage. So I've been trying to educate our engineering community who's used to gas appliances, how's the heat pump work? How do we apply the heat pump? So it's been good on that education, but it's a challenge because, again, it's trying to introduce a new technology to our side of the industry.
So speaking about education, because of the pandemic, I know companies across the board have been restricted. How have you gone about educating engineers or people who are interested in your product during these times?
Oh, yeah, so most of us have become like Zoom experts, right? we've before the pandemic, you would say we struggle with Zoom, but we've done a lot of things with Zoom, a lot of training, especially with like the heat pumps. Our local reps or sales managers will reach out to us and we'll set up Zoom webinars, about 20 people for an engineering firm, which is good because typically, you may not even get all those, especially when you have those firms that are spread out throughout the country. Right. So they may be a branch in Los Angeles, a branch in New York, and we can get them all in the same location, which we couldn't have done without using the Zoom technology.
Oh, so there was one benefit of the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
You can reach more people in less time.
Yeah.
I guess, can you talk a little bit about the sizing and applying a heat pump water heater compared to a traditional gas water pump?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that because that's probably one of the biggest obstacles we've had through this process, because what everybody's used to with like a forced circulation gas appliance is, they can have large BTUs, you don't have to have a lot of storage, but with the heat pump technology, it just doesn't have the output that the gas appliances do. So typically you're going to have a larger tank, smaller BTUs on the heat pump, so it's going to take longer for that tank to run. So some obstacles we have, like if you look at New York, an older city, they don't have room for a lot of large storage tanks. So we're trying to work through that process. How do we apply that in that sizing? So it's just a lot of back and forth on the sizing, but a lot of people are understanding it. So just yesterday we had a lot of conversations at the booth over here with people, and everybody was a lot of people that are looking at the technology understand, hey, it needs more storage, but then other people, as you explain it to them, it makes sense to them why they need more storage.
Okay, so it's like, I'm a relative newbie to the area, so why is sizing so important when it comes to installing these or designing these systems.
Do you like taking a cold shower?
No, I do not.
Okay, so yeah, we want to make sure that that's sized correctly. So because if we don't have enough storage, right?
Yeah.
Say if, like this morning, woke up at the hotel, took a shower. So if I wasn't the first guy to take a shower or lady to take a shower and it wasn't sized correctly, if I was the 10th or 15th, I'd be taking a cold shower. So we want to make sure that we do that just right.
So
and plus with the new technology, we don't want it to kind of get off to a bad start, right? So we want to make sure everything's done correctly.
That's great. Does Lochinvar have any plans to expand their product offering?
Well, I get
commercial heat pump offering in general.
Yeah, so that's another good question. So through our conversations with everybody, right now our product is for domestic hot water. So we do get a lot of requests for hydronic heating.
All right.
So that's obviously over 50% of our business is hydronic heating. So that's a fair question we get asked that. So we're evaluating those things. Try to see what that market is. How do we take our current technology, move that over to the hydronic heating? Jennifer, who's going to be up next, is our segment manager for decarbonization. So she's actually leading the process of us evaluating the different options and the market potential for hydronic heating.
All right, well, thank you for your time. That's a perfect segue to introduce Jennifer. While they switch gears, I will tell you that our next speaker from Lochinvar, or my next guest, is Jennifer Russell. And as Jennifer takes a seat, here we are. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining me today.
Glad to.
Tell me your role. You are Segment Development Manager for Decarbonization at Lochinvar. Can you explain to our viewers what you do specifically for the company?
Sure. Well, I'm responsible for creating the product roadmap within that segment. And then I oversee the teams that are developing the products that are on our roadmap.
Oh, okay. So can you talk about any trends in the market related to decarbonization efforts?
Sure, yeah. There's three things we talk about almost daily right now.
Okay.
So that's greenhouse gas emission reduction.
Okay.
That's a big one. Demand response and low GWP refrigerants.
Okay.
Yeah, so several states and many cities, mainly in the western U.S. now, but some in the East Coast, like New York City, for example, they're working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, through things like natural gas bans. That's just one approach. And we expect we're going to see that probably continue as a trend. More cities, more states will pick up different approaches to try to reduce carbon.
So how does Lochinvar flex themselves or show their flexibility when you have different areas of the country trying to meet decarbonization at different points? How do you address that?
Yeah, it's certainly difficult when you've got different areas doing different things, but we've got a fantastic product portfolio of high efficiency products that will meet the need. And like I said, we're looking at the future and where that takes us. So we're going to have the right products for where the market's going, even though it's a little more difficult when it's kind of on the state and city level. But we're prepared.
All right. Can you talk a little bit about demand response or load shifting? As a newbie, I would like to know a little more, and I'm sure everyone else would as well.
Well, sure, yeah. So as we see gas products transition to electric, that puts a big demand on the electric grid.
Right.
So one way that you can help that is by shifting when that demand on the grid takes place.
Okay.
So that you don't have everyone needing electric usage at the same time. Well, water storage tanks, they can really act like a battery, whether it's in a residential home, so a smaller tank, or a large commercial building with a very large tank. It's a great way to store energy that you can then use later. So that's how the demand response works. So it's a good way to help offload some of the demand on the grid as we transition to electric products.
Great. So is that energy specifically saved for like the Lochinvar products, or can it be used across the board?
No. It's for hot water. So you're storing your hot water to use later.
All right. And is I'm assuming product savings, how much because you are saving money with demand response and load shifting. I mean, do you have any numbers in terms of what percentage people can expect in terms of savings?
Well, it's all fairly new. So no, I don't have anything that I can share with you today. But I think as we deploy this and we learn a lot more, absolutely, because when the demand on the grid is high, you're going to see some of your highest prices.
Right.
So when you shift that usage to a time when your demand is low, you're also going to be using energy from the grid at a lower price point.
Okay, that's
so yes, absolutely. It's going to have an impact. We'll see more as this unfolds.
Exactly, great. So Can you tell us a little bit about if anyone is interested in learning more about Lochinvar, where can they go?
Oh yeah, well our website is a great place to start.
Okay.
And that's lochinvar.com.
Fantastic.
Easy to find. We've got a rep network across the country, so there is absolutely someone in no matter what area you're in that can help give you more information if you need more.
Okay, and if someone would, if a person or a company would like some education, and is that the same network to go through?
Right, yeah, back to our
training?
Yeah, absolutely. Our rep network does training. We have in-house training through Lochinvar University. We have actually a fantastic training center.
Okay.
And again, on our website, you can find more information about that as well. We've got some really good programs for training.
Perfect, perfect. And here at the booth today, you are in Central Hall, booth C2524. So if anyone at the expo would like to stop by and visit Lochinvar, please do so. Jennifer, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Dan, thank you so much for your time as well. Everyone, we will take a short break before our next interview. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amalia Delianis, and I am the editor of Plumbing Engineer. This is day 2 of the AHR Expo in Las Vegas, and we are here again for another episode of PHCPPros Live. With me this morning, I have Joe Kalarickal from Watts Heating and Water Solutions. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Gearing up for another full day of fun events. I know that you're here to talk to me a little bit about your Link brand today, but first, can you tell me a little bit about what you do for Watts?
Sure. Basically, I'm in charge of marketing and product management for the heating and hot water solutions segment of Watts, which is comprised of 3 brands: Airco, which is a well-known boiler leader in the market; PVI, a water heater leader in the market; and we're excited to just launch our new brand, Link. And this is kind of our coming out for Link at ASHRAE in Vegas.
Oh, fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Link brand and how Watts decided to come up with this subsidiary?
Sure. Watts had Airco and PVI as part of our brands, and we saw that there were trends happening in the market and new regulations occurring that really needed something separate from Airco and PVI, and this Link brand was our way to kind of jump into a new avenue for the industry.
Okay, and so you introduced this Link brand last year, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and what kind of void does Link fill in the industry, in your opinion?
Yeah, so actually it's kind of interesting timing because during COVID, it was an interesting time in terms of working, but we were able to launch this brand, which is really taking a look at, like I said, some of these regulations and things happening in the marketplace, such as water quality being a big concern. I mean, we're in Las Vegas right now. Las Vegas has some of the harshest water quality in the country. And water quality from state to state or even city to city varies greatly. So taking a look at that and how it impacts customers, their equipment, fixtures throughout a building was one of the driving things behind Link. Also, there's a huge focus right now on pathogens, bacteria within hot water systems, and there really isn't anyone that's focused on that, so we thought Link would be a great way to address some of those issues. And then there's also other disruptors within the marketplace, such as a lack of skilled labor, which is happening in almost every industry right now. And skilled labor shortages are just another one of those things. So by creating skid packages for water heaters and for water quality, we're able to reduce the time on site, so you don't need as much labor to do some of these things. And also, I mean, COVID's made it very apparent that the less time in contact and, the better. So it's just, all these different things are kind of happening at once, and Link was kind of our answer to for a lot of these customers to those questions.
So it's more like an all-in-one device that you can easily just pretty much plop into place and install.
I mean, so the Link brand has a couple different solutions, is what we call them. So all-in-one device is a good summary of our water heater packages and our water quality packages.
Okay.
Which basically is an pre-engineered package solution where, like you said, a modular design you can just drop into a mechanical room and just connect to it. So you don't have to worry about the piping and how do I connect all these water heaters together. How does the water quality flow between a UV system, which is for bacteria control, a softening system, which is for hard water, to reduce hard water, which creates kind of all kinds of issues in a mechanical system. So that's one of our solution sets. Then we also have a couple different products. We came out with the Element, which is a kind of an all-in-one appliance that looks at this waterborne pathogen issue and creates a solution. And then also we've came up with a CO2 heat pump called the Aegis that really answers a lot of the decarbonization issues that we're facing throughout the country right now.
Wow. Okay. And speaking about decarbonization, how are environmental considerations impacting mechanical room designs these days?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, there's local, state, and federal regulations coming down the pipeline, impacting different areas of the countries, very differently. So typically California and New York are kind of leading the way in some of these regulations. And in some cases, they're banning fossil fuel equipment completely in all new building and new construction. So heat pumps are really the best avenue to answer the domestic hot water question without using fossil fuels. But in those heat pump segments, there are a lot of different refrigerants you can use, which is kind of what heat pumps run on. And almost all of them have global warming potentials or ODPs, ozone depleting potentials. Those are kind of measurements of how dangerous those refrigerants are.
Okay. In
the thousands or higher. We came out with a heat pump that runs on a natural refrigerant, carbon dioxide, CO2.
Oh, wow.
And the ODP and GWP is 1 and 0. So you're talking about comparing a 1 and a 0 versus thousands. So really the environmental impact is almost negligible. So we try to keep sustaining and environmentally conscious things. That helps drive some of our development. And we have got fossil fuel products. We try to make our fossil fuel products as efficient as possible, so we're not wasting energy. We try to make sure that the emissions that are coming off of those products are not dangerous. So we've got low NOx equipment in our boilers. They use very high technology that is really high end to make sure that we're running it as efficiently as possible. So we've got all kinds of things to meet these new regulations.
That's fantastic. Are there any, could you talk specifically about the regulations that are impacting mechanical room design right now?
Yeah, sure. So I mentioned the Element by Link. There are new implications coming down from the CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, that administers healthcare coverage for the elderly. And there's a joint commission which provides hospital accreditation and licenses that are mandating that these healthcare facilities basically figure out an answer to how do you make sure that you're not going to have these pathogens growing in your systems. So we took a look at this, and we're in kind of an interesting position. Watts has 275 years of experience in the plumbing industry. There's no one else that touches more water in a building than Watts products, because you're talking about valves, backflow prevention, mixing valves, water quality. So we were able to leverage all these different areas and expertise to create the Element, which is that appliance that kind of answers the question of how do I make sure that my hot water is going to be safe for the people in my building. So healthcare specifically, nursing homes, things like that, where you have a very, fragile population, elderly, sick people, that if there was a Legionella outbreak,
right,
that could really cause some harm to people. So we took a look at that, and we wanted to create an answer, and this appliance, the Element, really makes sure that you're not going to have those Legionella outbreaks, and you have a way of actually cleansing your entire system through the Element, and also record keeping.
Okay.
Currently, record keeping in those buildings, there's someone with a clipboard walking around taking temperatures, writing it on a clipboard. I don't know if you've seen how that system works in public bathrooms, but sometimes...
Yeah, you see the clipboard behind the bathroom door.
Totally clean, and then you look in the bathroom, not so much.
Exactly.
So we wanted to take that out. We automated it. We put controls in place so that when we are taking, temperature, things like that, it's all automated. It can be sent to the cloud. You can see what's going on real time.
Great.
And you just eliminate all that uncertainty.
So how do people access that information from the cloud? Is there an account that you set up, or is there an app, or
all the above. So
okay, great.
You can do it on the web, you can do it through an app, and basically you can see all that information at your fingertips as a customer. So, I mean, what we're really doing is essentially providing them peace of mind. And
right.
if you have someone in one of these facilities, you want to make sure that your loved one is being taken care of and is in a place where you're not going to have these things. And I mean, if you Google Legionella outbreaks, it's the trend is just, it's going up. So they're trying to get in front of it, and we decided we're a market leader, we're a thought leader. We're going to come up with something that is going to be the best practice to address these concerns.
Okay, so using these types of platforms, was that motivated by the pandemic, or was that something in process before the pandemic began?
It's a good question. It was actually in process before the pandemic began, but I mean, I think, I'm in charge of marketing and product development. I'm very proud of our team that during a pandemic, when other companies, other manufacturers may have, kind of been hedging their bets, let's take back. I mean, we doubled down on R&D. We invested more. We didn't come up with a new product. We came up with a new brand with 30 plus products, all released last year. So, I mean, this is a really exciting show for us because we're able to talk about this for the first time in person with people, customers. So, I mean, it's been great.
Oh, fantastic. Technology and boiler design in general.
Yep.
How has technology improved boiler design and what has been the impetus for that?
Yeah, so technology is always improving and evolving, and we like to think of ourselves as always kind of leading in terms of technology design. So the Airco brand, for example, we've got our Benchmark Platinum, which is kind of our premier boiler line product. It's got something that we call O2 trim, air trim, which basically looks at the levels of oxygen, and it modulates the boiler to maximize the efficiency. So a lot of times, if you want to compare it to like a car, if you don't take care of your car, your mileage, your miles per gallon, you're not getting the full, benefit of your car.
Okay.
This is kind of doing that, but on its own. So we're looking at all these different parameters. We're modulating the O2 levels to make sure that our equipment's going to maximize efficiency.
Fantastic.
We came out with an edge controller, and that's on our boiler line that really allows remote monitoring, but it takes it a step further to predictive maintenance, which almost like your car, cars these days, it doesn't say, your car's going to break. It tells you, change your oil.
Yes.
It says, make sure that you check your tires. It does that beforehand. That's kind of the same kind of technology or concept that is in our Benchmark Platinum line. And recently we launched our Smart Plate EV, which is an indirect water heater, which basically takes boiler water and you put it through a heat exchanger, and you can use that for your showers, your sinks throughout a building. And this is a high pressure Smart Plate heat exchanger, which has 4.5 million BTUs, which is a huge amount of energy in a very compact footprint. 2 feet by 30 inches, basically. You got 4.5 million BTUs, which can supply a hospital,
That's fantastic.
a school, things like that. So the combination of the two, they've both got these edge controllers that communicate with each other. They're maximizing the efficiency. You can install our Smart Plate outdoors because, mechanical rooms, it's kind of an area of a building that's not generating any revenue for a customer. So you want to maximize your revenue. So the smaller you can make things, the better for your facility. So all of our equipment is designed specifically to fit through a standard door, so you don't have to, make holes in walls. You don't have to use cranes and things like that to get them in. So the Smart Plate, the Benchmark, you can put a small package system that'll supply your whole, and you can really generate as much revenue as possible from your floor space.
That's wonderful. Let's switch back to your water heater design and technology related to that. How has that been improved?
So I've talked about Link, I've talked about Airco, PVI, which is our water heater company basically, or brand. We're launching at ASHRAE. We launched it on Monday. Our brand new Centurion water heater, which is a dynamic water heater. Now you're talking about 2 million BTUs of gas-fired water heating in a very compact footprint. I mean, you're talking about almost 65% less than what's out there today. And you can put them side by side, so you can really make a small footprint for your water heater plant. The Centurion also has the top technology and controls. So traditionally, water heaters are kind of neglected in the industry in terms of having the most up-to-date technology. We double down on everything that the boilers have in terms of top controls and things like that. Our water heaters have. So the PVI water heater has this edge controller, which again maximizes efficiency. It also has that O2 trim feature, so it's maximizing levels of efficiency based on oxygen levels in the environment. Kind of, again, to use the car analogy, you drive your car from New York to Arizona, you don't have to stop and have it adjusted for different oxygen levels because it's a combustion appliance. This does the same thing. It just automatically adjusts the equipment to the different oxygen levels.
Wow. So you've talked a lot about what you've introduced and what is at the show right now. What can our readers and viewers expect from Link & Watts overall in 2022?
So our heating and hot water solutions portfolio of Airco, PVI, Link, our mission is to just keep pushing the technology. We're leading, we think of ourselves as thought leaders, market leaders. So our mission is to invest in the future, provide clients with energy-saving equipment, reliable equipment, smart and connected equipment that they can monitor to make their lives easier and to give them peace of mind. So we're always striving to be kind of the leader in that, and we're very excited about what we've released here at ASHRAE in Las Vegas.
Fantastic. So if anyone would like to come and learn more about Link and Watts in general here at the show or out in the world, how can they go about doing that? Where should they go?
So
who should they talk to?
Our booth at ASHRAE, it's N9926, thank you, which is in the other hall. But please come by. We've got a nice setup. A lot of the products that I just talked about is there, so you can see it in person. We've got our product managers here. We've got our salespeople here. So everyone's eager to talk to people about what's new and exciting coming down the pipeline. And if you're not here, Airco.com for Airco, PVI.com for PVI, and Link by Watts for the Link brand.
Well, thank you so much for taking 15, 20 minutes of your time and speaking with the world and myself today. My name again is Amalia, and we are going to take a short break before we go to our next episode of PHCPPros Live. Thanks. You. Thank you.
everybody. It's Steve Smith again, coming live at our booth here at AHR Expo. I'm the editor of PHC News Magazine, and we've been conducting a series of interviews. We did a bunch yesterday on day 1 of AHR Expo, and of course we're back now for day 2. My next guest is Brandon Gunnell. Brandon is the Vice President of Precision Plumbing Products. Brandon, thanks for coming by.
Pleasure to be here.
Thanks. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about your career in the PHC world?
I've been in this industry, probably getting to be on maybe almost 30 years.
30, wow.
Yeah, right out of school, even while in school. I worked with a wholesaler. My father was in the industry, and you have a tough time getting out of this industry once you're in. And then moved to another big manufacturer for, I'd say it was about 17 years.
Okay.
And then found a new home at PPP about 5 years ago, and couldn't be happier.
Very good. Well, I was thinking about you the last couple Sundays. Your company's kind of been in the news in a way. I visited the SoFi Stadium a couple years ago when it was still under construction, and PPP put in electronic trap primers in all the bathrooms at the stadium. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we have products. We have that and water hammer arresters. We have various products all over that stadium. It was a neat project. It was neat seeing that with you beforehand, and look forward to seeing it maybe when I'm finished. But yeah, every time it's on TV, we'll see it for the Super Bowl. They'll be a proud. Another interesting thing, the soccer stadium next door, that's a neat facility. Products are all over that too.
All right,
so.
good. Any idea how many products are in the SoFi Stadium? There's plenty of bathrooms, I'm sure.
Well, it's not just the bathrooms, right? So anywhere there's a drain, it needs to be primed. You don't want it to smell, so lots of drains in there. I couldn't even tell you, and even the project that we supplied, I'm sure that there was product on the shelves through our distributors that snuck in there too, so lots.
Very good. Well, why don't you tell us about obviously the pandemic is one of those news stories that doesn't seem to go away, and but you had a pretty good year last year, as a lot of manufacturers did. I mean, it seems paradoxical, I suppose. It's kind of bad news on one hand and good news on the other. So what were your sales, and what was the sales highlights of last year?
You know, we snuck out 2020, right? A lot of hard work, and then that was more. We were able to ship. People were able to ship. And then 2021, and there's a lot of supply chain issues for others. We can talk about that. But just a nice sales year, building a backlog. We ship overseas too, and it seemed like maybe China and Taiwan are starting to come out of it a little bit, so we've had a lot of sales there. But yeah, really a nice year, coming off 2020, which was a flat year, but still a good year. We're proud of the 2020.
Were there I'm curious, any particular segments, at least for North America, the United States, any particular segments of the market that were particularly positive and up?
Obviously, big buildings. Nobody wants to build big buildings as much. People are trying to not get together. I think they're still going to build big buildings. They're just going to be more space in the buildings and not so crammed together. But I was shaking the and but a lot of infrastructure, schools. That's where we've done really well.
Good. So we talked a little bit beforehand before we went live, and you alluded to it too about the supply chain issues. You mentioned that it hasn't really been that much of a problem for you since so much is domestic. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Right. So with us, like a lot of people, we're hiring. We need more labor, but we've been able to do that with technology, but also the supply chain. We've really PPP is a domestic product. We try to be as domestic as possible. And for us, a lot of our sourcing domestic companies have had better lead times. We don't have to wait for shipments to come overseas. A lot of the supply chain is actually, sitting on the water for a long time. So I think that's part of us being able to increase and build our backlog, having it being a domestic source and being able to probably ship. I think we've picked up some share doing that.
Good, okay. And now what's going on at your company headquarters in terms of employment, manufacturing? I mean, I know I've been there, it's been a few years, but the people that are assembling things are obviously not working from home, but is everyone else doing that still? Or are you coming back in the office? What's going on?
You know what, we've taken a hybrid approach.
Okay.
We did a good job. For some reason, I had bought a bunch of laptops right before, the big shutdown.
Yeah.
And so we were kind of well versed. So we came back in the office and then, we monitor it. If anybody's feeling at all anything, stay home, work from home. You can be productive from home. Mm-hmm. They are as productive, sometimes more. You don't have as much going on. But so in the office, we've been able to take a hybrid approach.
Okay.
In the back, workstations. Try to stay at your workstation. Tried to the lunchroom, close the lunchroom. Please have lunch off-site.
Okay.
Those sorts of things, and we've really had a lot of success. And PPB has an aging workforce. That it's people come work for us, they stay, and so we would love to hire and get new people, but just like a lot of companies, hard to source labor.
Yeah.
And so we've really had to rely on technology. We've added 5, maybe a 6th robot on the way.
Oh, okay.
So cobot, I should say. So instead of one of these employees putting together, they have 3 robots and the one employee. So it's
so they're working alongside robots.
Cobot is
cobot.
Yeah, I misspoke. It's a cobot.
I don't think I've ever heard that phrase before.
It doesn't replace the people. I think our processes are manual enough, and we still want that. I think we get a lot of our quality from our people and our inspection along the way. Everything we make is 100% tested.
Right.
But I think there's a lot of quality that can be done as you go along because of the people there. So the robots can do a lot of things for you, but I think that they're integral to our processes.
Good. Now, another labor issue that you mentioned before we went on live is having to do with outside the company, with regulatory bodies or certificate bodies, whatever you want to call these. They're short-staffed as much as everybody else. And I hadn't really thought that much about that.
That's exactly right. We have some products that we'd love to introduce to market, and you take those products. And with PPP, one of the things, all of our products, we carry a lot of approvals, industry-leading type approvals. That's important for a number of reasons, right? But we've found that some of these new, you send out, it's a lot of it's the labs that are testing your products as well. We have an in-house lab. We've helped some of the labs build their equipment to do testing. We do a lot of work with the ASSE to be on their committees and are really involved that way. But in sending our labs out to independent labs, there's been a definite struggle.
Yeah. Would you be able to quantify how long it's taking to do this, or you still haven't done what you need to do? Is that the problem?
Yeah. So it's been weeks and months.
Right.
There's always a lead time there.
Yeah.
And you get something back, and they want to see something else, and you tweak it, and it's always a process, and it varies. But it's definitely added to the lead time of bringing new products to market.
Well, you mentioned the product testing that you do. I know that from your company, from visiting your company and talking to you, of course, all your product is tested, yeah? 100%, not just a little spec job here and there. do a spot check. It's
So
everything.
there's two things. We've created a wonderful testing lab that helps us define how our products work and create new products, and kind of a proactive type thing. But yeah, also every product we made is tested before it's boxed and goes out the door for sure.
And the other thing your company is pretty well known for is customer service. What can you tell us about that?
I think that's one of the things that we send out surveys like everybody, ISO 9000, and it's a nice thing. And what constantly comes back is that our customer service, we really believe in the ability to talk to somebody live. So if you call PPP, someone's going to pick up the phone.
Yeah.
And really, it allows us to, not a ton of people prime traps and do water hammer arrestor. And we feel that if we can if we can solve problems, whether you buy it from us or not, we'd prefer you do, and you're getting a good, solid product. But if we can solve problems, people understand how well the products work, it's just a good thing overall for what we do.
Good. Well, Brendan, I know that you don't have a booth here, but you're walking the show. Obviously, you're visiting, and you're here with us. But what can you tell us about some new products at the company, or newer products at least?
A lot of it. We have some new ones that are coming out. I don't know if I want to talk a ton about them, but some of the things that we have done, we've done a lot of product betterment. We've our PR 500, which is a pressure drop activated primer.
Okay.
It's the #1 SKU we do. We've made that the most sensitive product on the market because of today's low flow fixtures, right? People are trying to use less water, and that's something that we understand, and you still need to prime the drains. Water conservation is a big deal.
Right.
And the electronic trap primers that we produce are wonderful for that.
Okay.
They, think of SoFi Stadium in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, and you have a pressure-activated primer. Well, somebody's flushing the toilet one after another. That drain is getting super primed.
Yes.
And then maybe during the week it's much less.
Nothing's there. Nothing's
so
happening.
if you're able to use an electronic that has a timer that has a metered amount, if you set it for just above the evaporation rate, drain is always going to be primed, and you're using the minimal amount of water.
Okay. So safe to say you're taking old school products that companies always made and making them better, new and improved.
We've done a lot of that.
That's a catchword.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We also, PPP is big on sustainability. Because our products are, the water's going down to a drain, there's not as big a concern about, lead and stuff, but we still feel there's the afterlife of the product, right? So they tear down the building, and then there's this brass piece. Where does that go? So we've taken a lot of steps to make all of our products lead-free, where it's feasible, right? You might find a screw somewhere or something, but we do our best to and underwent an initiative to become as green as possible.
Very good, very good. So you mentioned some new products in the works. Are they going to be released this year at some point, or what?
I hope so. They're
you still got
in those testing.
Yes.
Right.
Stuck in transit.
There's
I guess.
some like an air admittance type valve, for venting, and maybe like a trapless that fits down in the drain.
Okay.
It's not a good idea to prime without water. I mean, you need that water seal.
Yes.
And that's super important. And if you're an engineer out there, make sure you use a trap primer with that water seal. But there's some value in having some of those, that keeping bugs out, slowing the evaporation rate, those sorts of things.
All right. So more to come.
Right. We're looking forward to it. You know, there's a lot of exciting things, and it's so nice we've all been cooped up.
Yes.
And, you know, it allows you to prepare and get ready, and now we're ready to bust loose with all the new cool stuff that we've put together.
Good. Well, that's a good positive note to end it on.
Very good.
Thanks for coming by.
It's always a pleasure, Steve.
Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. As Brendan mentioned, the Super Bowl is in 2 Sundays. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm going to be watching that game thinking about all these products. That could just be me, though.
Yeah.
But you too.
Yeah, all right. Our crew, anyways.
Well, thanks again. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back for some more interviews. Thank you. Hi everybody, it's Steve Smith, editor of PHC News Magazine, coming to you live at our booth here at AHR Expo for day 2 of our series of interviews with various manufacturers throughout the day. And our next guest is one I'm looking very forward to. I love this company a lot. I've been to their beautiful Colorado facility. If you haven't been yourself, definitely got a plan to go. They got another good facility, training facility in New Hampshire. I've never actually seen that, so I got to get out there myself. But our next guest is DeAngelo, manager of technical training for Viega.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Thanks for coming by. It's good. Now, listen, I know you want to jump right into products. I want to talk about training, but let's go where you want to go. And you have a booth here at the, what's the booth number one more time? You told me before. What
is it, 8233, I believe is our booth.
Should have wrote it down.
Yeah.
8233
yes.
In the North Wall. So, what's new and exciting as far as products go for you at the booth?
That's a great question. So we're really excited this year because we are launching a whole valve line in addition to the valves that we already had in large formats. So we go all the way from 1/2 inch to 4 inch on our copper valves.
Yeah.
And then on our mega press valves in stainless steel and in carbon steel for black iron piping systems.
Right.
We have a full line from 1/2 to 4 inch as well. And then we've also launched some really cool configurations of gas valves in 1/2 to 2. And so for the mega press valves, the 3-piece valves that we've launched, we're the only manufacturer with a valve line in press of that size in that configuration. And then for the gas valves, we're also the only manufacturer to have the configurations that we have in our already proven and trusted mega press line for gas. So really excited about it to have a really comprehensive product line that's going to perform as the customer expects, and it's ready for purchase today. They can order today. So no waiting. This isn't a sneak peek. This is, we have these and they're ready to buy.
And when I heard you say comprehensive, I immediately thought about manufacturing, supply chain, and getting things to the customer, and all that stuff has been very, very difficult the last couple of years. What's going on with Viega?
So that's a great point, and it's a challenge for every manufacturer out there. It's not just us. Everyone is struggling with supply chain, time over the water. You know, some of our products are made in Germany, and then of course we make our products in the United States of America as well. And so sometimes over the water is a challenge. Cool thing is I work for an awesome company that's family-owned, 122 years in the business of manufacturing, forging, metallurgy, and they've got relationships, and they have long-standing relationships, and they're just a good family, and they do business the right way. And so we've been able to head most of that off, and we've had our challenges with getting raw materials and so forth like anyone else. But the family is very committed to making sure that we have what we need here in the United States to serve our customers. They're number one for the Wegener family that founded the company. And they've really shown their commitment to that, and they continue to deliver. It's amazing what they will do to make sure that we don't hurt. They take it personally. They believe they share part in the success of our customers, and they prove it every day. So they've been on top of it. And like I say, we struggle with certain supply chains like anyone else, but we're doing our absolute best to make sure to head it off so that jobs can get completed.
Good. Yeah, that commitment definitely does show. You can hear it from my readers, always talking very, very highly about Viega.
Thank you.
So before we jump into training, I know you also have a product on display that won last year's Innovation Award for Radiant, I guess.
Yes.
The Radiant Auto Balancing System. So tell us about that.
So the RAB system, or Radiant Auto Balancing System, is basically an automatic balancing system for your Radiant flooring systems. Its primarily focused is residential, but it can also be used in commercial applications. But it's really designed for that residential market where we want to save energy. We want to actually take Radiant, which is already a very efficient system, and bring the energy consumption down even further and have an automatic balance for the system so that it's maintaining room temperature at a very tight tolerance all the time, and provides controllability both for the contractor to dial in the system and make it very simple to get the system just perfect right out of the gate, not a lot of return trips to balance things out, and also have some interface for the consumer or the homeowner so that they can control their system, set certain areas back, or shut things down, change temperatures, so they have a little bit more control. And it's part of a smart home system. So the idea is that you can integrate it with your smart home technology. So it's a really unique system. It's been proven in Europe, and it's a old concept brought to modern day technology. Okay. So a really, really good addition to our radiant heating line.
You said a lot of great things there, and since we really couldn't see it last year, let's unpack some of the things a little bit more. I mean, what's the main problem here that this solves, I guess? I'm trying to understand that a little bit better.
So one of the challenges with the radiant heating system is you really need to balance your flow across the radiant panel. Yeah. So especially the bigger the area is and the more impacted that area is for, let's say, with typical architectural design today where you have a lot of windows in homes. We're trying to build more efficient construction today, but people like their windows. Right? They want to see outside. They like the natural light. And natural light is great because it saves energy in itself. You lose some energy, but you pick up some savings as well. So in balancing those spaces to make sure that you have total comfort in the space, whether you're near the window or you're in the core of the room, can be a real challenge. And you really need to thoroughly balance that system and in every room. So this does that automatically. Okay. It's really trying to maintain temperature across the panel, get the heat output very consistent across the room without having to fuss with the system. And what's best about that is with radiant heating, on a really warm day, you got a lot of solar gain, the house might overheat. This kind of controls that. What else it will do is it really helps on those days where it's like 50 degrees out and rainy. And it's just, you're just not getting enough heat into the space. You feel cold. It's a perception of cold, and maybe there's more humidity. And so we have humidity sensors to really identify how much heat we need to put into the space to compensate for that and just balance the comfort of the system out, all while actually increasing the efficiency, and it can save up to 30% over a traditional radiant system that's not balanced. So it solves a lot of problems, and it's super simple to install. That's the other great thing. It makes the zoning and the wiring plug and play. It's very, very simple.
So I'm assuming the secret sauce is in the electronics of doing all these things, yeah?
It is.
So that's the key.
That's correct. And the Viega Group owns a control company in Switzerland called Oblamatic. And they make a lot of our controls for the European market, and they do some things for us as well. And so this is kind of coming out of there as well. And they're a very competent company with a long history. And so, yeah, it's sometimes it's about that technology, electronic technology, and what you're really trying to control.
So the answer has been in a Swiss company for Europe for many years, I assume. But this is an old, as you mentioned, it's an old product coming new to the United States.
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, and it's just an innovation to provide some more versatility to radiant systems, simplifying the installation while increasing the comfort and the efficiency, and providing that simplicity for the installer.
Good. Well, let's jump into training, because that's a great subject for your company to expound upon. I mentioned I'd been to Colorado. I just, amazing facility.
Thank you.
And we don't want to discount Nashua either. So what's going on with training these days?
So great question. So, we opened our Colorado facility in 2019. New Hampshire was opened in 2006, actually. It's roughly half the size of the Colorado facility, about 13,000 square feet in New Hampshire and 24 in Colorado. And we've been constantly trying to innovate our training. So one of the things we did is we started to change how we interact with customers and engage with customers and attendees that come to the seminar centers to provide more hands-on training. Mm-hmm. So they're getting hands-on with the products, they're really understanding concepts, we're expanding our lesson plan so that we include things like basic pipe fitting or system sizing calculations or expansion loop calculations, various things that they'll use on a daily basis and they'll remember. Also, having them be successful with the product. This also holds true for our valve launch because we have a whole lot of valves. People want to understand how those valves work, how they can be successful with them. And when you're talking about a press valve, once you press it into place, you want to be sure, that valve's in the right place and that's where it needs to be and it's done right. And so you don't want to have to cut that out. No. That would be a bad day. So we want to continue with that training as well. In addition, we've expanded our virtual training considerably. So the word webinar is a dirty word in my department. We like to consider them workshops. We call them Viega Works. And for a Viega Works session, we basically engage with our field sales, the customers. We tailor a virtual training specifically to their needs. No PowerPoint required. In fact, there is none, and it's almost not allowed. Sometimes we'll bring some concepts up on screen, but for the most part, there's no PowerPoint. It's all live demonstration and discussion. Right. And it's really tailored to that customer's needs. It's a quick hit. It's 30 minutes or an hour max. We don't want to fatigue them. Plus, everybody's busy. They're out in the field. Yes. Right? So we don't have time to get away. So it allows us to reach more customers, provide the content specific to what they need without getting in the weeds or, it's not a sales pitch. It's none of that. It's really just answering their questions and helping them be successful. And we did nearly 5,000 of those last year. So when you multiply by, 2 to 5 customers at a pop, really, those are some big numbers, and we're really quite effective at it. So, 5,000 webinars, or what was your phrase? Yeah, webinar is a bad word. We don't say that.
So 5,000 of those. And are you back in the classroom at all? Because you got these beautiful facilities, but I know it's hard to get back there.
Yeah, and we've been, the current pandemic situation or COVID situation is always a moving target. So trying to meet local requirements for our county and our state, as well as travel requirements, plus, getting people out of the field because it's hard when you've lost people because you don't have the staff because of they're sick or whatever it is, or you just, you can't mobilize and you don't have enough people, so it's hard to get people in. But we have been doing in-person training both in New Hampshire and Colorado to meet the demand. It's less now just because there's just less people traveling. Right. But we're hoping things start to loosen back up as time goes on here, and we intend to get back to full capacity again, back to those 5, 6, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 people through the seminar centers, as well as continuing with the virtual. So we've got virtual studios where we can actually conduct virtual training simultaneously while doing in-person training. Obviously not the same technical consultant, but we can mobilize multiple trainings at the same time. And that's really, we're trying to innovate that because we don't want to just bring great products to the market, we want to bring great service. Sure.
And I'm curious, the classroom training that you are doing, is anything particularly different with all these things in mind for me sitting there in the classroom?
Yeah, so that's another great question. So like in the past, you would come to training, you'd spend a good part of your day in the classroom.
Sitting there,
Sitting there. And contractors, I'm a contractor 35 years, I don't want to sit in a classroom all day. I just don't want to do that. I want to get up, I want to move around, I want to do something. So what we've done, we worked really hard to shift that to where now you're like, I really want to get back to the classroom so I can sit down and take a break. So we work in the hands-on labs. That was the purpose of building studios. We've expanded our lab space. We're expanding more lab space in Colorado, or workshop space. I like to call them labs. The guys like to call them workshops. It's fine. Either way, it's hands-on. It's engaging or interacting with the product, learning new skills. And we have some challenges that we've set up. So, it used to be hard to get people to pick up a press tool and make a press connection because nobody wanted to do it in front of anyone. So now what we've done is say, we're going to build this, and we're going to break up into groups. We're going to see who's the fastest. And oh man, they're like fighting over the press tool at that point. I'll show you who's going to build this the fastest and the straightest and the most plumb and level. So we've really tried to up that engagement, and we're going to continue to innovate that training piece so that we can, make it an experience for the customer.
Good. Well, I want to wrap things up, but
you bet.
Before we go, I know I talked to your colleague Colton at some point last year, I guess, and he was very instrumental with these Tech Talk Lives with you as well.
That was Troy, yeah.
Troy,
yeah,
okay,
Troy,
sorry.
yep. Troy Locke, yeah.
You're still doing those, yeah?
We are. So the confusion there was that Troy is still involved in Tech Talk Live, and he still supports training, but he's actually taking over our engagement division, making sure that customers have the correct technical information and making sure that all technical information across training, across tech support and field services aligned, so that we make sure we get the right information to the customers and it's accurate.
Okay.
So he's handling that because he's very adept at it, and he's just fantastic in that role. And so he'll still be supporting Tech Talk Live. And now we're having Colton Henkowski, who is one of my technical consultants, and he has a strong presence in social media as the Viking pipe fitter.
That's right.
And he has taken over helping with the Tech Talk Live piece. He's speaking right to his base. He's got a lot of followers. People love him. He's high energy. He's big and boisterous and extremely knowledgeable pipe fitter. So he's just a great asset, and we have a lot of fun. So we're trying to keep it diverse, and let him kind of run with it. I'll still be showing up. Troy will be showing up from time to time, but we want to have more guest appearances, and we want to really kind of get out to the industry a little bit more and get those people on.
You mentioned the customer engagement division. Is this a new creation? I'm not so sure.
It's a new creation in trying to really serve our customers. So provide more services beyond just the product. We make great product. We've got great valves. We've got great fittings. We innovate. We started this party. We wrote the book. But we want to have those services to support the customer, and that's really where it matters, is making sure that we give them a well-rounded portfolio of products and services so they can rely on us, and that's really what we want. Again, we share in their success, and we have an obligation to take care of our customers. We can't just leave them flapping in the breeze. No. So really that's what this is about.
So last question, we're February 1st today, the year is just beginning. Anything else new in the pipeline in terms of products that you can maybe talk about, or is there any training concepts maybe?
Absolutely. So in addition to our new MegaPress line that we've launched and our ProPress line up to 4-inch, MegaPress up to 4-inch, we just launched some MegaPress gas valves. We're the first with any of these configurations. So we offer them in 4 configurations: press by press with a male or female thread, and then press by ground joint. So it's a really cool product, and that is available half to 2.
Okay.
But MegaPress gas goes all the way up to 4. So there's a good chance that you'll be seeing some innovative products that fill in that gap above 2. That's all I'm going to say. So we're definitely working to innovate new product all the time, and look for more innovation, both on valves and fittings as the year goes on.
Anything new and different coming for training though too?
We're going to continue to drive Viega Works to support our customers no matter what. We'll be there for you. So if you can't get to training, we can get with you on camera.
All right.
We want to make it easy. And then also adding new hands-on demonstrations, hands-on exercises in the labs, custom training trip packages, and really simplifying the training process. So we've reduced our training time down to a single day, make it really easy for customers to get in and get out, get the content they need, and get back into the workforce.
Good. And before we go, the Tech Talk Lives that I saw, those were your Instagram account, yeah?
We did.
If I were a contractor, how would I know about these?
You can just follow us at Instagram at Viega LLC. Okay. And we always put a teaser out for the Tech Talk Live episode, and we always make sure our social strategist for Viega is fantastic at really kind of driving that and making sure people are aware, and people still, they still show up. They get the message and they show up and they engage with us, and it's a lot of fun. And we keep that short too. We respect your time. So, usually they're a half an hour. We just get in and out and talk tech, and we engage with people and answer questions and let you get back to your life. So,
well, plenty of stuff that you described, and
very exciting.
There's more to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, very
absolutely.
Good. Well, thanks again for coming by. And
thank you for having me.
We're going to come see you at 2:30, I believe, this afternoon. So we're going to look at more of the valves and this Radiant Auto Valve. So I should have seen last year, and now I can see it this year.
Yeah, that's great.
Very good.
Look forward to it.
Thanks for coming by.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you soon in the afternoon.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
We're going to take another break, and we will be back shortly with more interviews.
Should we start? All right, let's try this again. Take 2. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Amalia Delianis, and I'm the editor of Plumbing Engineer magazine. This is day 2 of the AHR Expo in Las Vegas. And we are here again for another episode of PHCPPros Live. With me this afternoon, I have Dennis Stinson from Fujitsu General America.
Well, thanks for having us. Really appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk to you a little bit about some of our product offering.
Great. Why don't you tell us first a little bit about your role at Fujitsu as Vice President of Sales?
Yeah, so I get the pleasure of heading up our sales team at Fujitsu General America, and that will include our residential division and our commercial division. I've had the pleasure of being in this role for a couple of years now, been with Fujitsu about 6 years, and like most people in this industry, I started because my family was in the industry, so I'm over a 30-year industry veteran. We're responsible for North America, so we have United States, we have Canada, and we have the Caribbean as well.
Wonderful. And I know that Fujitsu General America, we're here today to talk specifically about Westinghouse. So could you tell us a little bit about, which is part of Fujitsu, so could you tell us a little bit about Westinghouse before we delve in?
Yeah, thank you, Amalia. So Westinghouse is one of our ductless product offerings.
Okay.
So at Fujitsu, we have a ductless product offering, we have a unitary product offering, we have commercial product offering, which is our variable refrigerant flow. And a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, we added in the Westinghouse product offering.
Okay.
So we found that we needed a second tier in the ductless space. That's an emerging market, one of the fastest growing segments of the industry that we get to enjoy, to participate in. So Westinghouse came into that, offering us a second tier in that product offering.
Well, that's great. So could you talk a little bit about the Westinghouse product line?
Yeah, so it's our ductless offering, and when we first brought it into market, we came in with wall mount product only. So we brought in a mid-tier and an entry tier. We wanted a price point, and then we wanted to step up in the SEER and efficiency on the product line. We brought in multi-zone systems, so as you know, they're available in single-zone systems and also in multi-zone systems as well. And that was all wall mount product when we first brought that in. So that would take us from 9,000 BTUs up to 42,000 BTUs in terms of capacity.
Okay, so does this round out your product offerings in terms of inverter heated heat pumps?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of our product are going to be inverter driven, so that changes the efficiency side of it. And we also know that with inverter capacity, that's the ability to ramp up and ramp down, so we're meeting exactly the load. So not only are we tremendously efficient, but we're also providing tremendous comfort as well.
Okay, so you mentioned that you are serving the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. Which markets specifically, or which regions, are interested in this product line or use it most?
Well, really all of them. So what we know is that throughout the strategic electrification, which is throughout the United States, we're moving farther and farther away from fossil fuels for a variety of reasons. And this really started back in the 80s when we were looking to create a little greater independence on foreign fuel sources. So we're moving more and more towards electricity. And that gives us the ability to promote the heat pump side of it. So certainly we have some rebates coming from our utility companies and from our federal government to help entice the movement down the heat pump side. So one of the questions always is that when we first looked at heat pumps, they were really kind of chill chasers. They really, once you got to 38 degrees or 32 degrees, you didn't get a lot of heat out of them. But the technology has progressed to the point that where these are a whole home year-round solution, so that I can provide 100% heating capacity down to sub-zero temperatures and provide great comfort.
So what are the advantages of installing this sort of product versus a traditional heating AC unit?
So everything has its right place, right? So when we take a look at ductless product in and of itself, we look at incredibly high efficiency. So whether we know that the mandates in the United States are 13 SEER in the north and 14 SEER in the south for straight air conditioning, but really that is the smallest SEER capacity that we'll have. Most of our product is going to start around 16 SEER, take us up into the 20s and even into the 30s in terms of efficiency. So energy efficiency is good, but we also look at comfort too. So we know that when we zone with a ductless system, each individual room is controlled by the temperature that we set on the thermostat. So nobody's freezing, nobody's got blankets, and nobody's sweating. So it works out very well.
That's fantastic. So tell us a little bit about what's new with the line in 2022.
Yeah, it's exciting. It continues to grow. So like I said, when we first brought the product line into the market, it was all wall mount product. And we know that the market is very mature now. So certainly in multi-zone systems, we have stepped into ceiling cassettes and also ducted units. So we like to say that we have ducted ductless units now for the ability to move some air around the room. So we've expanded the multi-zone systems to include ceiling cassettes and ducted units, in addition to the stable of wall mount product that we have as well.
Wonderful, and I assume you're touting these products at the show?
Absolutely, and one of the other things that we introduced to that product line is a multi-position air handler. So it's a 3-position air handler, and that's going to carry high static, so that can be a direct drop-in for a traditional ducted system. So now a consumer, a contractor could promote, and a consumer could enjoy extremely high efficiency of an inverter-driven horizontal condensing unit with high efficiency on the heat pump side.
Oh, that's wonderful. So how is the product, going back to the positioned in the market?
Yeah,
so that?
How that's positioned is we at Fujitsu General America, we have our Halcyon product line, which is our destination brand. We support that as you would support a destination brand, but we also saw that there was a great need in the marketplace for a high quality product with a world recognized name, as we have with Westinghouse, but then also to be competitive and allow a contractor partner to have 2 tiers in the marketplace. So not every time do you have to have the dealer-based product. Sometimes it's important to have a more competitive natured product, and that's what the Westinghouse product does for us.
Well, that's great. And could you talk a little bit about how the product is supported in terms of technical support, etc.?
Yeah, so because we are Fujitsu, we can't do things less than full capacity. So what that means is that we have great training. We're known, our pillars are training and service. So that gives us the ability to train on application, installation, troubleshooting, and then certainly preventive maintenance. So we want everybody to be comfortable with the product, be able to put it in and apply it in the right place. And then we also have really outstanding industry-leading technical support. So we have a third of our staff count of Fujitsu is in the support side of the business. So we have fully staffed help support lines to be able to help a contractor. Should something go wrong, we got somebody on the other end of the phone that can help them walk them through it.
That's fantastic. Going back to the training side, do you offer, how is your training offered? Is it online? Is it web-based? Is it in person?
It's all the above. So what we really find is that everybody likes to learn a different way. And we all get busy, especially over the last couple of years. It's been tremendously busy. So we have the ability to do some online training. So you can go do a specific class, a video class there, and answer some questions at the end so we know that you paid attention. But then we also have the ability to participate in a live class. We love to do in-person class, and we love to do hands-on class. So we can progress you up through that through our training.
Okay, wonderful. So as we know, the pandemic has impacted all of us in many ways, shapes, and forms, in terms of supply chain, in terms of actually the ability to interact for the first time. We're getting together for the first time. Could you talk to us a little bit about how Westinghouse has rolled with the punches in regards to the
Great question. So what we know is that the world's a different place today than it was a couple of years ago. And we know that the vast majority of ductless product is made offshore. So that'll get us into some supply chain logistics. And one of the interesting things that has happened since the pandemic started is that demand has tremendously increased. So we've seen our demand double and in some cases triple based on specific products. We've been able to keep up with this demand to bring the product in with the Westinghouse product line. It was an early launch for us. We were aggressive on our forecast coming in. We controlled distribution coming in, not to outpunt our coverage, if you will. So make sure that we opened up the right amount and set the expectations coming in. Great question, but we think that we managed the Westinghouse side of it pretty well in terms of what the expectations were for that to come to market.
Well, that's fantastic. So if there's anyone interested in learning more about the Westinghouse brand, where should they go and who should they talk to? Here or outside in the world?
Well, here we're certainly in booth C3934. We invite you to come by, say hello, and take a look at the entire Fujitsu product offering, and specifically the Westinghouse product offering. Our website is Westinghouse HVAC, so I would encourage you to go there and take a look at it. It's a really well done website. We got our literature up there. We've got our distributor locators, and as a contractor, I'd ask you to reach out to your supply house. We found the value of supply houses are even that much stronger during the last couple of years. So we rely on them for the information and the resources. Reach out to them and see if they know what's going on with Westinghouse and what those opportunities might be.
Great. So how are you personally enjoying the show this year? Is this the first time that you've gone to a show since the pandemic? Or no?
We've done some regional things, Amalia, but what we're finding is that the attendance at the show here is very, very good, surprisingly very good.
Right.
We didn't really know what to expect when we got here. We were committed to come and support our industry and get out and talk to our customers and talk to the media and spend some time with it. But the show has been very well attended. Our booth has been busy pretty much all the way through the entire time, and we're just happy to be here and be back out and amongst our trade partners.
That's wonderful to hear. So if anyone would like to visit you at your booth, what is your booth number again? Let us...
Our booth number is C3934. We're located in the main hall, in the center hall that they call it here. So we encourage you to stop by and say hello to us.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to talk about in addition? Is there anything we should expect from your company in 2022 that we haven't talked about already?
No, I think we did a really good job covering everything that we have going on. We just want to thank certainly our distribution and our contractor partners for making Fujitsu and Westinghouse what it is today.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. And thank you, everyone. We will be back in a few short minutes, so have a great day. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amalia Delayanis, and I'm the editor of Plumbing Engineer magazine. This is day 2 of the AHR Expo, and we are here again for another episode of PHCPPros Live. With me today is Dave DeVries from Weil-McLain. Hi, Dave.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining me this afternoon. Why don't we start off by you telling us a little bit about yourself and your role?
Thank you. I am the Director of Product Management, and what that means is go out, I spend time with our customers and try to find out solutions that they need, things that help solve their problems, stay in touch with industry trends, try to figure out how we drive efficiency, how we make things easier to install, easier to service. So really help, figuring out solving our customer needs or the needs of the industry. So it's a great job, a lot of fun.
Right. So can you talk a little bit about Weil-McLain in and of itself?
Weil-McLain has been making boilers and water heaters for over 130 years, so we've been in the industry forever. We have a great group of reps and distributors, and we're well entrenched in the marketplace, so it's a great place with a great heritage.
Okay, so since you've been around for so long, tell us what's new with the company. You have a lot to talk about, I bet.
What's new? Well, a couple of different things that we're doing. We just launched a Pro Tools app, so the focus has been on solving like basic problems for the contractor, not sticking technology and Wi-Fi when they don't need it, but we focus on just getting the basics to really help them be more efficient in what they're doing in their job. You walk into a basement, boiler's 20 years old, you don't know what it is. You need the information on that, so we're getting that to their hands right where they need it on the job. So we're really excited about it. Great feedback so far.
So what spurred what motivated your company to develop this app to help your
really, as we went and interviewed contractors and found out what their problems were, we're like, boy, these are some basic things, and we know we can help do that. So it was really by understanding our contractors better and better.
Okay, so how can people learn more about this app?
You can go to Weil-McLain.com and you can download it. You can go to your app store. You can go to the Apple App Store, the Google App Store. You can just type in Weil-McLain and you'll find it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'll admit I did download the app too, but
Good.
I'm not allowed to have my phone next to me during these interviews, so I would have pointed that out. What about your...
Should have had that ready, right?
Yeah, I know. That's okay. What about new boiler introductions? Are you doing anything new on the boiler front?
On the residential side, we have the EcoTech, which we launched last year, and again, we're adding some more improvements every year. We add improvements, make it better and better. We've got a color display, so it's really easy to use and operate, especially for the younger generation of contractors that are coming in.
Okay.
Right? It's not all seasoned veterans with 20, 30 years of experience anymore. We have new people that are used to interfacing with these, right?
Yes.
And so they need to look and operate and act like that same way. So that's one of the things that's really exciting. We're adding some Bluetooth and connectivity to that product line as well. So we're really excited about that.
That's wonderful. And what makes the EcoTech unique for the market?
I think again that color display and that ease of use, that ease of installation, ease of service. We make the boiler. We focus on when it has to be serviced. It's easy to use and install and get at all the parts. Right? We make it all nice and spacious.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. Are there any other products from Weil-McLain that we should know about?
Well, a couple things that we have been doing. We have our line of cast iron boilers, and the Department of Energy puts in new efficiency standards every year or every so often. So we've upgraded all of our residential boilers over the last couple of years. And this year we're updating all of our commercial cast iron boilers for the new DOE requirements that take place next year.
Oh, wonderful.
And then we're also, what we were excited to show at the show was our new SVF line.
Okay.
Updating that popular line for us. We're putting into a new control platform, again, a 10-inch color screen display, so it's much easier to operate. Some smaller sizes, smaller footprints, and expanding the range of the sizes.
Okay, so this is your high-efficiency hydronic heating system, the SVF?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how does the new and improved SVF benefit your contractors?
How does it benefit our contractors? Again, we focus on making it easy to install, making it easy to operate, making it easy to service. Common parts across the whole line, an easy interface to connectivity. So we kind of bring all those things and just trying to, again, our focus is on that install versus technology for technology's sake. So what makes our contractors' job easier?
So like on average, how do you, in terms of times of install, have you I guess, to run estimates on how much it's been improved with this?
We go watch, we benchmark, we do time studies, so we do all of that to make sure it's getting better and better.
Okay.
I don't really have a percent for you, though. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's talk about the industry in general right now. What kind of factors do you think are driving the boiler market these days?
You know, I think there is that drive for efficiency, that there's going to be that drive to be climate conscious, decarbonization. So all those things, you know, the entire industry is looking at, and there's a lot of different paths you can go to improve. And I think the industry is looking through all the different ways and trying to figure out what the right way is.
Okay.
And it's not just new technology all the time. Sometimes it's you need to take the basic products and keep driving their efficiency and getting them better and better. And that's what we've been doing over the last couple of years. All of our product lines are getting more and more efficient.
That's great. And the last couple of years have been a bit tumultuous, to say.
Unique, yes.
Unique.
Yes.
Because of the COVID pandemic. And how has Weil-McLain adapted because of the pandemic? And, you know.
That's a great question. A lot of what we do is training, right? So you need to adapt to do webinars, and you need to adapt to online training and getting a schedule on that. That's a lot different for people, because normally you want to be hands-on, right? And we're starting to get back to that hands-on, that hands-on approach. Or when you do hands-on training, you have to modify it, right? It's, you know, you need to take all the right precautions, keep everyone safe, and that's, you know, that's new, that's unique, that's different.
Right. So is your company, I guess, have you moved to an is everyone remote, or are you going in office?
We have a balanced approach across each facility. Is a little bit different depending on the job and the position. So I think we're really doing a hybrid approach across the board.
And do you think that will stick after the pandemic passes, or do you think people will move in-house?
And again, I think you know, our leadership team is really each facility is probably a little bit different in what they can do.
Okay.
But I think there will be a hybrid probably a hybrid approach going forward. You know, there's some benefits to that, and there's some drawbacks. You bring in new people onto the team, you want to be face to face, right? So there's you know, that camaraderie, that team building. You know, I think we want to get back to face more so.
Right. So that probably helps with innovation.
It does.
Correct?
It does. It does.
So it seems like that's a big motto for your company, innovation, like one of the driving factors for Weil-McLain. So how does that innovation develop, you know, motivate your company to develop more hydronic heating products? And
you know, I think working on innovative products motivates everybody, right? You're doing something new, it's fun, exciting. What we try to do is focus on our customer, on our innovation, and not just innovation's sake. Hey, look, we did something new, no one else does it. Is this helping my contractor? Is this helping my distributors? Is it helping my partners, or the operator, the guy that ends up with the you know, the ecotech in the basement, right? How is it making his life better? So much of what we focus on, quality, installation, service. You can keep saying the same thing, but that's what's important, you know.
Well, as long as you stick with what you know and how to improve that, that's great. Is there anything that we should expect from your company in 2022, this year?
Again, we'll have a new line of the commercial boilers.
Okay, great.
We'll have the app, and I think there's some additional digital transformation projects that we're working on that we'll be rolling out. So I think that's the main thing. And again, then our commercial cast iron line, new improved efficiency across the board on that product line as well. So
wonderful. So if any of our viewers want more information about Weil-McLain, where should they go? Who should they reach out to?
They can reach out to Weil-McLain. Go to Weil-McLain.com or find your local rep.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for your time today.
All right.
It was nice speaking with you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And we will take a short break until our next interview, but thank you very much, and we hope to see you again soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Steve Smith again, coming to you for live at our booth at AHR Expo. My next guest, I don't think you need much of an introduction, but we're going to give you one anyway. It's Bob Hot Rod Rohr, the Training and Education Manager of Caleffi. Bob, thanks for coming by. As I said, I think everybody listening knows who the heck you are.
Well, I don't know if that's good or bad.
For the two people
true.
that don't, why don't you tell us a little bit about your life in the PHCP community?
Yeah, I mean, been in this business for decades now, I guess is the right way to say it. We've known each other for probably 30 years, so, but been with Caleffi, I guess, going on 14 years now or something, so training manager there, and you know, went right from my business, being a plumber contractor, right to work for Caleffi as their training education person, and it's been a great ride. Love the company, love the people, and that was two things that attracted me to that. And I know we were going to talk about solar. You know, when I first signed on, they said we want to get in the solar business. I've always been happy to, you know, be involved with that group because it's had so many up and downs over the years. And then the other thing that attracted me to Caleffi is they said, well, we want to do a lot with education. You know, that was one of the things that we do in Italy is a lot of training, you know, for different groups. And they said, we want to do a publication, we want to do a lot of seminars and stuff. So I said, yeah, sign me up, and here I am 15 years later.
Very good. Well, I know I did an interview recently with the CEO of Caleffi, North America. Mark Olson. That's going to be in our February issue of PHC News.
Good guy.
And he talked a lot about your early days, went back in the solar days. I guess you literally drove around in a van.
We had a Caleffi solar van.
Also, too, I guess he came to visit you down in Missouri, and anyone knows you make radiant beds and radiant dogs,
whatever doesn't move,
radiant motorcycles. I think that's what key maybe to get you hired there. I think they really like those creations.
Yeah, and they came down to visit me with some product, and I didn't know the Caleffi name at that point, and just liked the product. And then when they came back to me and said, "Well, we're looking for somebody," I said, "Yeah, let's go."
Cool. So, early days solar, living in a van, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say I lived in all. I did have a hammock in there, and occasionally I would sleep in it. But back in those days, a show like this, we would drive to it. We could load everything in the van. I remember once getting lost underneath the McCormick Center. It's like another city down there, and I had to get 3 people tell me how to get out of there. But yeah, we used to take the booth to the show and set it up ourselves and man it, and then haul to the next thing. So we've come a long ways to where we are today as far as the size of the company, the size of the booth, more awareness of who we are and stuff.
Right,
so.
And you've come a long way in training, and that's what I really want to talk to you about the time we have this afternoon.
Yeah, loved it.
And training means a lot of things to Caleffi. You've got the Hydronics magazine that actually just came out.
Yep.
Coffee with Caleffi, a lot of things. Why don't you unpack it for us?
Yeah, and so actually, I consider Hydronics one of our products. It's not nothing we sell; we give it away. But it tells a lot about our company and just the industry in general. It was never intended to be a sales piece. It was always intended to be, talk about technology or a component or part And our issue number 30 is just coming out. And actually, what's interesting about that, in Italy they've been doing it twice as long as we have. Issue number 60. Hit the press, hit the floor, I think in December last year. So we're 30 issues behind them. But John Siegenthaler does the heavy lifting on that, helps us with that, and he's a good guy to explain even complicated topics. He can break it down to the understandable level, but enough meat on the bone for the engineers that want, okay, show me the numbers, how does this work, but I got to see it in a formula or something like that. So yeah, so that's going to keep going on. We've got some good issues planned. We're trying to stay relevant as far as air to water heat pumps right now, or as you look around the rage at the show, so we try and gear it to that. And then the Coffee with Caleffi webinars that we do once a month typically track along with an hydronics issue. So Siggy will be talking about that this month with the net zero homes and technology.
Okay, so the Hydronics is printed magazine. I mean, I get a copy of it. Can you download it too from the website?
So 3 things. So now you can get a printed copy. I like to print. I like to make notes in the margin and stuff. And it's always online as a PDF. And now we have some of the issues are virtual. Where you can page, where you get that click, like sound of a page folding when you're going through it. So 3 different ways that you can get it, and of course they're all archived and. Yeah, it's a great.
So the 30th issue is out now.
Right.
I'm sure if you go to the website, you can probably sign on to get a mailed copy, printed copy, or just download it.
Correct. Yep.
And I know Mark mentioned too, maybe it was the 10th edition or the 15th edition, one of those editions in the past. Literally, you reprint that quite often because it's almost like a Hydronics 101.
Yeah, I mean, some of the older issues we won't reprint because we've got newer product and things have changed, models have changed and stuff like that. So, probably the first 15 of them or so are, we won't keep reprinting them. We keep quite a few of them. I don't know if we do 20 or 25,000 in the printing. So we keep a stash of them. If people want the back issues to fill up a library or something, we can certainly help them with that. But yeah, we'll always print them. I think we always will. I hope we always will, because like I say, I like to have the print copy of it. So
you mentioned that the Hydronics magazine kind of is in sync with Coffee with Caleffi.
Yeah.
So what's new with Coffee and Caleffi? What's coming out?
So
you
that's
John Siegenthaler, I should say.
Right. So he'll do an Hydronics issue, and then we always have a Coffee with Caleffi that follows that issue. But in between the issues, because we only do them twice a year, we're getting more guest speakers on there. We want to reach out to other people in the industry. Sometimes it's a contractor, an engineer, maybe another manufacturer that wants to talk about whatever the industry wants to hear. We like to hear from the listeners. Well, what can we do for you? What can we write about? What can we talk about? What can we get, the awareness out about with Legionella, with some of our plumbing products? We wanted to address that. So we try and, follow the, what the industry needs or wants. And I kind of think we're pioneers. I think some of the products that we brought out, which are imitated all over the show here, we come up with the ideas, and I guess that's a form of flattery, they say, when people copy your product, but we like to think that we're kind of the first out the door with some of these innovative magnetic separation stuff.
That's a good point too, because before we leave Hydronics to talk about the training, one thing I did learn that I didn't know about when I talked to Mark for my interview in the February issue of PhD News is that I think it was hydraulics in Italy. Hydraulica.
Yeah. Right.
So that came over to the United States as Hydronics.
Exactly. And that, of course, like I said, is still published over there. And I think some of those are in English versions. If you go to our international website, some of them they've converted to English. So, yeah.
But the point he also raised, when he raised that point, was that, that is an example of taking something from Italy, bringing it to the United States.
Right.
But with Coffee and Caleffi, went the other way around.
Exactly, yeah. We started
let's talk about that.
Yeah, we started that series. When would we... 2012, I think, when we first started doing, we were doing them twice a month when we first started, and that's a lot of content to put together. So yeah, we've been doing them for over 10 years now, and I think in the UK they're doing it too. Technobranch over there is doing a version of Coffee with Caleffi, and then in Italy too. So they just started that. So yeah, so we reciprocate if we've got something that interests them or their customers. They take it from us, and we'll take it from them.
So Coffee with Caleffi, what's the schedule? Just so we understand everything.
We try and do it the last Thursday of the month if we can. Sometimes vacations or Christmas, we move it around a little bit. But that's typically what we shoot for, is the last Thursday of every month to have it. And it's noon Central Time is when we do it. And of course, they're archived. They're on our YouTube channel. Interesting thing about that is we go there, and some of them have been viewed like 80,000 times. So actually, I think more people watch them after the fact because they can't be there that day for that time period.
Right.
So we get a lot of views later on through the YouTube channel. So there's videos on there from all over the world because we sell products in I think 92 countries now. So we've got stuff in Russia and pick a country, and we've got YouTube videos or stuff on our site. There, so.
And the Coffee with Caleffi, how long are we talking about for each episode? Is that an hour?
Well, we shoot for an hour.
A
couple of them, Siggy gets a little wordy sometimes. A couple of them went a little long. We told people this one might be 90 minutes because some people are on their lunch break and they watch it. And what's interesting about that, on the GoToMeeting platform, we can see how many people sign up. But we know there's instances where people in an office where the whole office is watching it. So we don't know the exact number, but there could be 1,000 people tuning into those now because it's grown that much, and I think it's information that they like.
And as we said, Coffee with Caleffi has been adopted in the UK and Italy and other countries?
2 right now. They're doing a version in Italy and also over in the UK.
Sure. Okay. So about a year ago, you started Ask Caleffi podcast. Let's talk about that.
Yep. So we've got a couple of the boys, the younger generation, up in Milwaukee that do a little podcast back and forth, and they do a great job.
And who are those boys? Let's give them some credit. I know Cody.
Cody's another trainer there, although he's switching into a product manager a little bit too, the Hydronics product manager. And then we've got Greg and Dan Verkus that do the the podcast
Okay.
from there in Milwaukee. So yeah, they're fun, and they come from the industry too as hands-on guys, so they've got a good take on, you know, doing something like that where they're talking to people with knowledge instead of, you know.
And what do you think differentiates, say, Coffee with Caleffi with Ask Caleffi podcast? Is
Well,
it
the length of it, number one.
Okay.
Yeah, we dig a little bit deeper for the Coffee with Caleffi. It takes, you know, a lot to put a Coffee with Caleffi together because we, you know, have to go out and build the PowerPoint and do that. That's more of an off-the-cuff thing, the podcast, where they're talking like you and I are, and if something, you know, a fly goes through the air, they'll, hey, you know, it's a little bit looser than the, you know, the Coffee with Caleffi seems to be more for engineers. When we look at the sign-up list, it's been 60-40 engineers to contractors, so that, you know, we gear it to that audience, knowing that that's the group out there. We make it a little bit more, I don't know, professional, I guess, looking and sounding.
And the
not that the other guys aren't, but it's a different audience.
And the podcast is how long for each podcast?
15 minutes.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
So short and sweet.
Yep.
And what's the schedule? What's I mean, when do you drop those?
We put it out on social media when they're going to do it. I think they do have a schedule. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date, if they do it a certain date every time.
Okay.
It's down in Milwaukee, and I don't get up there that much anymore because of the COVID thing, so I used to be more in tune with what was happening in the office, but being virtual now, it's changed.
Greg Tubbs and Dan Furcus are
Greg
the guys
and Dan.
behind the podcast. Okay, good. So, with COVID in mind, what's changed for training? What have you
quite
done
a bit
differently in the last
and
couple of years?
Yeah, we're going into more, we call it hybrid, I don't know if that's the official term for it, where we'll have one of our field people be at a location and they'll have the group in front of them, and Cody or Max or I will be, you know, home or in Milwaukee and doing a presentation there. So you still have a little bit of a live feel to it because a lot of people still aren't comfortable jamming into a room.
Right.
So they might come and, you know, spread them out a little bit. So that's kind of a hybrid. I learned that with the ESCO group was doing that, where they'd have a technician in front of a piece of equipment, the instructor would be somewhere else, and, you know, we'd talk them through them, okay, put your meter here, and, you know, troubleshoot virtually like that, and they call that hybrid. So we kind of tagged on to that term, hybrid training, where we can, you know, just do it virtually, just have to be in front of a connection, basically, so.
And Mark mentioned something about, I can't remember his exact title, his exact phrase, but it's kind of like miniature training, sound bites, bite-sized nuggets of training.
We can, Cody does a thing called 5 Things You Need to Know that just does it in, you know, a couple minutes about, okay, here's a valve, this is what you need to know about putting this in or troubleshooting or something like that. So we're trying to break it into whatever size, whatever time period that you've got to commit to learning about that. If you've got 5 minutes, watch the 5 Things You Need to Know. If you've got a little bit more time, a podcast. If you got an hour that you can commit to more in depth on it, the Coffee with Caleffi, and then the hydronics you can read for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You know,
now,
it should.
Is there any, do people actually come to classrooms at all anymore for Caleffi?
Well, we thought we were there, and now we're not, and now we're thinking we're going to get there hopefully this summer, but we've got a great new facility, a new training room, and we really want to leverage that and bring groups in again of all sorts.
In Milwaukee?
In Milwaukee, we expanded our building and put a really nice commons area upstairs that we can...
I've seen that.
Yeah, you've been there, so... and a nice deck on the outside they can go out for lunch. So we definitely want to use that, and we want to get people to come there, and we think we know they will. As soon as they feel comfortable doing that, we're ready to let them in.
So still kind of in flux on whether that can be done.
Yeah, we had our own people, the rep meeting there recently, and it went pretty well, and everybody lived through it, and nobody got sick. But, you know, it just depends on the comfort level of the people. We want to make sure they're comfortable there.
But the hybrid is kind of like, you know, I'm sitting here broadcasting like we're doing now to someone sitting in a wholesaler or a contractor.
Yeah, exactly.
Office
a engineer's
on the other
office. We do them for engineers where they might, in fact, most of the engineers are still at home, a lot of them. So, you know, they might get a DoorDash or something and bring them food instead of us bringing the lunch in. They'll order it in or we'll send it in so they could be watching. They could be in their pajamas. Maybe they are. So that makes it pretty easy.
And you guys would routinely, I guess I'd call them road shows. I mean, you would physically go to places all over in the country.
Oh,
Cody Mack, your
son
Max is also involved. So you aren't able to do that.
Not as much. I mean, I was in the Carolinas here about a month or two ago now, I guess. And so I did a live training there for a couple events, and I'm going to Arizona here in 2 weeks, I believe. So there are some places that are a little bit more open than others. It just depends on the day, really.
Right.
Comes down to that. Some days you don't even want to get on a plane when you can listen to the news or the opinions out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we're going to do whatever it takes. So we'll see where it goes.
Hope for the best.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I want to wrap things up, and I know I follow you on Instagram, and I've seen your posts the last couple of days of some things you've seen at the show here. Can you just briefly say some highlights of products?
Yeah,
and
no,
things
I
you've
thought
seen?
it was a good show, all things considered, and just the time of the world that we're in right now. But it's busy right now. Here we are looking at aisles with people in, and a lot of new stuff. I like the little mom and pop booths. I always look for something kind of unique, so I found some clever things out there, and a lot of air-to-water heat pump technology. I'm really interested in that, and there's certainly a lot of players here in that industry. So yeah, I thought it was a good show. I mean, I'm sure the numbers aren't going to be what they have been in the past, and hopefully Atlanta next year will get us back to those numbers. But I didn't think it was a bomb by any means, and I thought I'd put it some.
No, we see some people out in the aisles just looking around here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm looking down the aisles right here, and the other side too. So the first day was a little slower over there. I actually started over there, but I think people come in the door and they always turn to the right and they end up in this hall first. And then the second day they make it over to the other side, and then.
Well, I got one last question, and I didn't talk to you beforehand, so I don't want to throw you a curve, but I know 2 years ago you won the Carlson Hallahan Award.
Yeah, that's right.
So I was hoping there would be a new award winner this year, but I know with everything going in flux,
well, and that was it. We put it before because the past recipients are the voters on the next one, and so we said let's just wait a year. So I guess I'm a 3-year.
So you're a 3-year winner. Oh, that's good.
So yeah, that's all right. And so hopefully, I don't know how and where we'll do it next year. Hopefully at the Atlanta event, we can do the handoff.
Yeah, it's always a fun event to attend.
Yeah.
I was hoping that it would take place, and I figured, well, I haven't heard anything, so I don't think we're going to have to wait another. So it looks like we're going to have to wait another year.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is.
But very good.
Well, what was the other thing I was thinking? There's one other thing. I guess you covered it all. Is there anything else on your mind? Or
I was going to ask you that.
Well, let me look. I think I had a little cheat sheet here, but I think we covered a lot of the topics.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for tuning in and listening, and let us know what we can help you with. For training or anything else.
Good. I'm sure they can find out everything they need to know by going to the Caleffi website.
Oh yeah, everything's on the website. All of our education stuff's on the website. Our product catalog, technical brochures, BIM files. I mean, anything you need is out there.
Perfect.
So, well, it's been
thanks
fun.
for coming by.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back with a very good, this is a great interview, but I think I've got a pretty good one coming up next with Dan Foley, so stay tuned.
Good guy, I know Dan.
Everybody, it's Steve Smith, editor of PHC News Magazine, coming again live at our booth here at AHR Expo. We just wrapped up a great interview with Hot Rod Rohr, one of my favorite guys, and here's one of my well, I won't say second favorite. You're all good. You're all equal. But I'm really looking forward to this interview with Dan Foley, a master hydronics and heating contractor. And listen, I think everybody knows who the heck you are, but for the two people that don't, I just said that the same thing to Hot Rod. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? It's like here.
No, I'm Dan Foley. We've known each other for at least 25 years,
exactly.
maybe more.
Maybe longer.
I'm a mechanical contractor. I'm based out of Lorton, Virginia, which is about 15 miles due south of Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
My market's the Delaware, D.C., Maryland, Virginia market.
Yes.
And we specialize in hydronic, radiant, steam.
Right.
We do everything. We do air conditioning, we do duct work, full service, we do
right.
service replacement, but our specialty niche is hydronic, and our subspecialty is, I call them the Taj Mahals, the big custom houses,
right.
20, 30, 35,000 square foot houses.
I've seen those.
Yeah, and the niche is that the commercial guys have the capability to do it. They don't want to deal with the architects, the engineers, the
right.
homeowners, the decorators.
Exactly.
Residential guys can't do
point.
it, so it's a niche that we've exploited. We have the capability to do the big custom mechanical systems, but also with the kid gloves to deal with the architects and deal with the homeowners
exactly.
and so forth, decorators.
As you said, I've seen many of your homes that you've done, and yeah, they're commercial installations, but they're a single family home.
Yeah, I think our largest to date is 42,000
wow.
square feet. That's
yeah.
basically a commercial project.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, Dan wrote a great article in our January issue, Visit to Lancaster, and we're kind of going to recount that. Anyone who hasn't read it yet certainly can. But Dan, why don't you tell us a little bit more about your trip to Lancaster to see U.S. Boiler, and also you definitely saw a couple of new products that you want to talk about, the Ulti Combi and the Steam Max. So take it from there.
All right, but before we get into that, Burnham and I go back a long ways.
Yeah.
I'll go back to the summer of '87. I was a summer helper at Arlington Heating while still in school. First day on the job, we put in a Burnham Series 2 boiler.
Yeah.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea what a boiler was, much less how to use a pipe wrench.
Right.
My only useful skill was to go to 7-Eleven and get coffee for the guys and carry the old sections out. That's about all I was good for that day. Since then, we've put in hundreds, if not hundreds, of Burnham products.
Yeah.
Back in the mid to late 90s, I was on their advisory council for a while, so I was up in Lancaster every year for numerous years. Last time I was there before this trip was, I want to say around 2007, 2008, maybe 2009, somewhere in that range. And I went up there with one of my mentors, rest in peace, Ross McDaniel, who I learned plenty about Burnham boilers. We went up there. Burnham was just dipping their toes into the condensing boiler market.
Right.
And they had opened a new manufacturing facility for their new product line. They were, at that point, up until then, known primarily as a cast iron boiler manufacturer, but the market was trending towards high efficiency condensing, so I went up there to see it.
Yeah.
That was, like I say, 12, 13 years ago. I'd not been up there since then. So I made a trip up there at the invitation of Michael Hooks. I was there in September of this past year, and it was eye-opening to see all the changes that had taken place in the 12 years since I'd been to Lancaster.
Absolutely. So last time you were there, they were dipping their toes in condensing boilers, yeah?
Correct.
And the example of that would be the Alta Combi. Alta. I never can say that word.
No, that wasn't available 12 years ago. That's what was available this recent.
Right.
Yeah.
They're dipping their toes in that, and now 12 years later,
now they've come out with state-of-the-art technology that has changed dramatically
Right.
in the 12 years since I was last
right.
up there.
Well, tell us more about the trip that you took and what
so
you saw.
I live about maybe 2 hours, so I got up early, drove up to Lancaster. I'd been to some of the facilities, but the building I went to first wasn't there. Well, maybe the building was, but they weren't. It wasn't part of Burnham's portfolio at the time. That was their R&D facility and marketing offices. So we went first to their R&D facility, and before we got to the Alta Combi sidebar, I saw a product that caught my eye. I do a lot of steam work.
Yes.
And I saw this as a steam boiler, but I knew it was not an independent. So it was a gas-fired steam boiler, and Michael kind of chuckled because he knew I was into steam and introduced me to the new SteamAx boiler. Brand new technology to an old application. So they've redesigned the independence boiler, made some improvements, made some changes, wider sections. They removed the pins above the waterline to help prevent corrosion. They have stainless steel in-shot burners, multiple risers from the intermediate sections to increase decrease the steam velocity, increase the dry steam. So they've made some changes to make a good product and make it better. And that caught my eye. I've got a project lined up now where we're going to use the SteamAx, but I haven't had the opportunity to put it in just yet. I'm looking forward to it.
But the point being, I mean, steam that's old school.
It is. Now
I live in a dying market in a way.
In a way. Now I live in a metropolitan market with housing that was built from 1890 to 1920, and that's what I call the core of the steam market. Now there's some steam here and there after that, but 1890 to 1920, housing built in that time frame, a lot of it had steam. Now there's areas downtown D.C., Bethesda, Chevy Chase, Arlington, Alexandria that have housing stock in that time frame, so we still do a lot of steam in my market. I realize other markets don't see any steam. We still have a lot in the D.C. metro area.
But the point being that there's a company that's really investing in a boiler for that application, yeah?
Yeah, imagine that. Putting the R&D, the technology, the engineering, the marketing into a product that is going to be maybe level or declining over time. That shows their commitment to the steam market.
That's no small feat.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Alta, for example, because I know you did install that. You're hoping to do an installation on SteamAx. We can talk maybe more about that one, but what was going on with the installation of the Alta that you liked a lot? I mean, what sticks in your mind about that installation that you write about here?
Well, first, when they invited me up there, I didn't know anything about the Alta. So I downloaded the brochure and took a quick glance at it so I'll be somewhat coherent about what this product was and what it did. Then when I got there, they sat me down and did a short presentation of it. But, Steve, I'm hands-on. I can watch a video presentation all day long and it won't connect. I got to put my hands on it. I got to feel it, look at it. So then we went into the facility. They gave me a toolbox and let me have at it. I'm sure I probably broke something, but I took it all apart, put it back together in minutes, had it up and running, played with the combustion, tested it out. So now I could see with the capabilities of this boiler what they are. And what it is, it's a condensing 95% boiler, but built into it, it also has the combi feature, the domestic hot water feature. So I had a job where it was a perfect application. It's a new construction house in McLean, Virginia, but it had a detached apartment/pool house, slab on grade with all radiant. Then it had an apartment above it, so we needed to heat it with radiant, needed to heat it with a fan coil in the apartment. We needed to provide domestic hot water for a bar sink, for a pool shower, and then a full bathroom in the apartment. So that was a perfect application where I needed heat, and I needed domestic hot water, and I needed it in a compact space. So this was in a closet. So imagine a pool house. I don't have a huge mechanical room. Slab on grade, no basement. This is the perfect application. Takes up very little space and can combine all the features of heat and domestic hot water in one.
So a lot of firepower in a relatively small unit.
And you got to understand these jobs, we're fighting with the architect over real estate. They don't want to give us a huge mechanical room. And if they give you too much room, the owner's going to step in and take over and say, I want that for storage. I always say, do you want storage or do you want heat? Pick one. You don't get both. So, but in this case, we were able to fit it into a very tight package to do all that. If you imagine a cast iron boiler or a regular tank style water heater, that takes up a footprint. Now imagine all that mounted on the wall. All that real estate
I was going to ask you that. So, I mean, that would be the alternative.
Yes.
A cast iron and a hot water.
Yeah, hot water heater. That's one way of doing it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's
Right.
just that's old school technology.
Right.
It's solid. It's reliable.
Right.
It's not cutting edge technology.
Right.
This one
Right.
was, and more importantly for this client, was space savings.
Yeah.
Every square inch I could save them was a bonus for them.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a great system. Now, I'm kind of curious. Is there any magic to the controls of this unit?
Yeah.
This system?
Because
what's different.
If you go back 20 years ago to when condensing technology first came out, the Achilles heels were the control systems. And that they've gotten better over time. This is state of the art, okay? A couple reasons. First off, I've got one guy, Brian, you've met. He's a flamehead. He has 3 combustion analyzers. He can dial in any burner. He can walk to any burner on any job and dial it in.
Yeah.
That's a rare skill. Not all my guys have those skills. Imagine the combustion analyzer built into it. So it automatically adjusts for changes in airflow, gas pressure, even as the heat exchanger over time clogs up. It accounts for that and adjusts the combustion so you have optimum flame, optimum combustion parameters at all times.
Okay.
Imagine a combustion analyzer built into the boiler. That's what this feature has.
So I'm assuming like the old cast iron, lot more forgiving, I guess. Is that way of putting it?
Well, a lot more forgiving, but there's a lot less adjustment. There's only one thing you can really adjust is the gas pressure. You can't adjust the air. It's natural draft.
Right.
Whereas on a condensing boiler, you can adjust all kinds of things. But you got to know what you're doing. You got to have the right technology, the right tools, and know how to do it. Right. Not everybody has that. So even though this technology is built into that, Brian still tested it out with this Testo 330 combustion analyzer.
I think Brian's in here.
There's Brian says he's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the best when it comes. Brian Golden, that's right, my lead tech.
Right here.
So there he is right there. He's got a combustion analyzer testing it.
Yeah.
So even though it has that technology built in, we're still going to test it out to make sure something's not terribly off. And it allows maybe a junior tech that doesn't have Brian's capabilities to install this and know that it's done properly. And it's going to burn cleanly, safely.
I just want to go back to the tour when you first saw the Ulta. And again, we're talking about the transition that U.S. Boiler made from traditional cast iron to condensing. I mean, what did they learn along the way? I guess. I mean, what from a manufacturing perspective, what did they have to know differently? Or
well, I don't want to be able to speak for Burnham. I can speak from an outsider looking in. Is that I don't think anybody realized that how quickly and how pervasive that the condensing boiler technology was going to take over the market. I think it's the majority right now.
Yeah.
But I don't think cast iron will ever go away unless it's mandated by DOE. That could always happen. You never know what's going to happen. They can mandate 90% is the minimum. Cast iron's going to be pretty much out the window. There are some technologies that use cast iron that are still condensing, but that's a rare outlier.
Okay.
So I don't think anybody anticipated how quickly the condensing technology was going to take over the market. And now, like I say, they went from dabbling in condensing to being a market leader and realizing that is going to be the future of heating technology. Yeah.
Right. So they're not certainly forgetting about cast iron. They still make that.
Correct. And I just want to be clear that I'm not speaking for Burnham. I'm an outsider looking at that. Yeah.
So what can you tell us about the SteamX? Because I know you mentioned that you might have an installation in mind. What would be that installation? What's the application?
Well,
there?
this is a project in Warrenton, Virginia. It's an old stone house. So it was built in 1930. Okay, and it's got an existing Burnham boiler that's probably 35 years old, and I'll use the term it's earned its retirement.
Yeah,
it's hanging on by a thread, and so as soon as we can get that SteamX, but it's a large. So you think typically residential boilers is maybe capping out at 250 to 300,000 BTUs. This is 550,000 BTUs, so it's really delving into the light commercial marketplace.
Okay.
But that's where this product shines. They make it. I think it goes from 80,000 up to 600,000 BTUs, so it's got quite a range. So this is the project. It's a large residential house. It was built in 1930. It's about maybe 6,500 square feet. You got to keep in mind, it's got stone walls, no insulation. Still has the original single pane windows. Very little mineral wool insulation in the attic. So the house needs work to begin with, but really with steam, you're sizing it to the connected load, to the radiators and the pipes, not necessarily to the house and the heat loss, which you do for a hot water system. That's the difference. So that's the project, and as soon as I can get my hands on a SteamX, it's going in.
And I'm curious, the SteamX is your answer, but what other alternative did you have for this job before you learned about the SteamX?
I would have probably used it Independence, which I've put in hundreds of them. It's a good boiler. There's nothing wrong. And I think at least for the short term, they're still going to carry that independence boiler. And again, there's nothing wrong. They've taken a good product and improved upon it.
Okay.
And so I want to be clear on that. But yeah, if we would have used an independence, but or something in the light commercial range, like the series. I think it's a Series 5, like light commercial.
Okay.
Or something like that, atmospheric light commercial. Commercial.
And is there any magic to the controls of the SteamAx that you could talk about?
SteamAx uses a very similar electronic ignition type thing. There's nothing special on that.
Okay.
Nothing unique. That's old school, but it's more the castings and the intermediate risers off the sections that improve the steam flow that were the biggest changes they made with the SteamAx.
How so? What can you break that down?
Sure. Okay. So when you got a boiler producing steam, the more risers you have, the more evenly the steam will flow out. So think of it like someone yells fire in a movie theater. What happens? Everyone tries to crowd out one entrance.
Yes.
If you have 2 entrances or 3, it's going to go smoother. So that's what happens with the SteamAx as well.
Good analogy.
Instead of one outlet, you can have 2, or maybe in a large section, maybe 4. This 550 that I put in would probably have 4 risers go into a 4-inch header. So what it does is lets the steam escape smoothly and evenly. Dry steam, not pull the water up with it. Wet steam's no good. Wet steam doesn't heat very well. You want dry steam. So the more risers, the slower the steam flow, the drier the steam, the better the heat.
And I'm curious about your tour. I mean, obviously you came away with 2 fairly new products that are here at the show. Is there anything in the works from U.S. Boiler that you could talk about? Or?
Yeah, well, a couple things caught my attention. Was we went and actually walked the manufacturing floor, and since the 12 years I'd been out there, they've really improved the layout, the workstations. Everything seemed to flow smoothly through production, through packaging, loaded to the loading dock, ready to go to the warehouse for shipment. And when I was there in September, mid-September, the warehouse was loaded from floor to ceiling with product ready to go out. And as Mike pointed out, in a couple weeks, all that product would be out the doors on 40-foot tractor trailers headed all over the U.S. to distributors, to the end users. So I'm sure that warehouse is empty by now.
So the manufacturing process is that much more
that caught my attention. And I know nothing about manufacturing, but I can say you can see a well-oiled machine when it's working, and I could see that everything was proceeding smoothly. So talk to some of the technicians that were putting the boilers together. I wanted to grab some of the tools and help them out, but they wouldn't let me. Well, good choice.
So U.S. Boiler's got some good products and good ways of making those products and shipping them out the door in your hands when you need them.
Yeah, because if I don't have it, I can't put it in. So.
Well, let's wrap this up. I mean, one last question would be, I mean, you've been walking the show. What have you seen anything new and exciting that you can talk about?
Yeah, so I think the trends long-term is going towards electric.
Electric.
So I was looking at some air-to-water heat pumps.
Heat pumps,
And we've tried some with very success. One manufacturer pulled out of the market and left us hanging with dead product.
Yeah.
That's no good. Oh. So there's always going to be bumps and steps along the way, and you got to you know what they say, that the pioneer's the one with the arrows in his back.
Yeah.
So you got to try, but I think it may be mandated by government that fossil fuels might be out the window. I'm not talking about next year or the following year. I'm looking long term. So I picked up on some of that.
Yeah.
I was surprised at how crowded the show was. I expected it to be maybe half. This is the first show back since Orlando 2 years ago, the pandemic. I know a lot of people that I talked to just weren't coming here.
Yes.
But I was pleasantly surprised at how crowded it was here in Las Vegas. The show, it's not like it was, here last, 2017, or not like Chicago with 80,000 people.
Yeah, that was huge.
But it's just heartening to know that people are out and about again, doing business and interacting that we hadn't seen in 2 years.
It's good to be back, I'm sure.
Likewise.
It goes for everybody. Well, good. On that note, let's end it. It's a good way to end the interview. Thanks again for coming by.
Steve, pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a little bit of a break again, and we'll be back with some more interviews. Stay tuned.